The following video was pre-recorded on twitch.tv/codedman9000. More information on the stream times at the end of the video. Death. Something the citizens of Shady Acres knows too well. Due to an unknown disease rapidly progressed by the city's expansion rate, and left with nothing else to do, the citizens take to the streets. They rush to the transportation center to take buses to the Chirp X Space Center. Large lines queue for the citizens' chance to escape the planet. The Chirp X Space Center, the last hope, is a place housing the space rocketing program. The city's survival, or even the planet's survival, relies on the Chirp X's Kerbal Space Program to teach us how to fly across the stars. With the help of SpaceX Kerbal Space Program, we will first learn how to fly a rocket. Next, we will learn how to fly in lower planet orbit before continuing to full planet orbit. After learning orbit travel, we only have one more thing to do: space travel. Hello and welcome to a Twitch Plays Along series called Stone to Space. Today we're in Chapter 3, Space Travel. Today we are playing Kerbal Space Program. Anyway, I did not write down what we were doing, but I do know that we made a new rocket at the end of the last stream, so if we load that, it is Lander, I believe. And the whole thing this was supposed to do was go to Minmus. Oh, that's right, I didn't open that on my other screen. Instead of looking at the notebook, I have it written down. Welcome in, Willow. You went to space? We did not go to Mars yet, Willow. We're gonna end Kerbal Space Program by landing on Duna, which is the Mars planet. And then we go into infraspace. After infraspace, then we go to Oxygen Not Included. Willow dies. No. She just laid down, so she's probably not gonna get up for these. Try to get her attention there. Oh, she is. Put on the crowns as well? Okay. Sounds a lot like moving the goalposts to me. Well, no, the whole point of Kerbal Space Program was to get to Mars for infraspace. Because that seems like an in-between game, since the whole game is based on a planet like Mars. So I figured it'd be cool to do Mars, and then get lost in space. Go in space to get lost? That's afterwards. I think I need to wipe my hand for a second. Give me 1 second. It's from when I was cleaning up Tori's accident earlier. Tori was looking at you. Another treat? I will after she's done with these, because she doesn't eat all of them all the time. I think she's picking and choosing which treats she likes out of the box. So, the majority of this box is Temptations, as it says, and it's the catnip fever, so it's chicken, catnip, and cheddar flavors. And then I also have Greenie's brand treats in there for dental health, and she seems to be picking out the dental health ones and not eating the Temptations treats. So I want her to eat some of the Temptations before I give her more, but I will later on. And I have to go to a store on Friday to get more treats, because right now that box is it. So it should last me today and tomorrow, and then I'll need more on Friday. While I need to find out where the Minmus orbit thing on here is. There it is. Make this a little bit bigger so I can see. Because this note will help me go to the right direction. Oh, that's true! It is Whopper Wednesday, and I forgot. Drink all the water! Willow! Someone kick Willow. There's not that much in here. It's about half the cup. Maybe a little bit less. Or a little more. I can't really tell. The whole inside of the cup is steel. So I can't really tell the height. Anyway. Do it again! Well, Brad! I'm not gonna be able to drink both. So I will fill it up and we'll drink it later on for well bread. Ah, headphones falling out. 2 cups of water in this economy? It's more than 2 cups. Alright, that's Willow's redeem. Let me fill it up so I don't forget to do it. 500 milliliters? I don't know what that is in cups ratio. I feel like Willow's making a joke saying that it's only like 3 cups or something. Let me fill it up. That's 2 cups. See, I had a feeling you were gonna pick on me like that. Ah, the headphone fell out of my ear. I don't know why that one headphone falls out of my ear constantly. I think the more I talk, the more loose it falls out. 1 cup is a unit of measurement, which is specifically 250 milliliters. Really? I never knew that. Huh. A liter is about a quart, so half a liter is about 2 cups. It's not hard math. It's not hard, it's just I didn't know math. Okay. So later on we'll do well bread's redeem because the water is going to be too cold on top of me just feeling a little bit nauseous from drinking that much water all at once. How cold is this? It's a little too cold. I haven't been to a dentist in a while, so I probably have cavities. Cold water hurts. Anyway. Is there anything else I missed in chat before I go back to the game? Get this centered right. It stops falling off. Willow did the story command to see that it's updated. And I don't think I missed anything. Actually, it's 236 millimeters. Okay, well, Brad. So. Be specific about this cup, this mug. I think it's maybe 4 cups. I never measured it, and I didn't keep the tag on it, so I never looked at how much it actually holds. But I know it's more than 2 cups. Not sure if it's 4, but I know it's close to 3 cups. Now Will and Warbread are just going at each other. So, in this rocket here... How many ounces is a drinking vessel? I have no idea. Does it say it on the bottom, maybe? It might actually. There's a bunch of words on the coaster. Oh, it does actually say it on the bottom. So according to the stamp on the bottom, it is 40 fluid ounces or 1.16 liters. Or that might be 1.18. I can't tell if that's a 6 or an 8. We'll just round that up and say 1.2 liters. That's 5 cups? Could it read the numbers? I didn't know they were on the bottom. I never read the bottom. It's about 5 cups. So I guess it is more than 4. I I don't have a good measurement, like, mentally on how big a cup is. I didn't know. Anyway, never read the bottom because you never wash your cups. I have. That's why I knew there were words there. That is 1182. Yeah, it probably would be since it says liters. You need to bake more. I usually use bake mix, so I don't measure. Anyway, we're gonna get into this. So, in the last stream at the end, we made this rocket here, and in the inside it has a satellite, which, well, satellite in a way that it isn't manned by a Kerbal, but this is actually going to land on Minmus. And then we did math on the bottom rocket to make sure that we can get to Minmus. Now, majority of this rocket, well, this entire booster down here is going to be burned trying to get into orbit. And then if we go to vacuum here, we have 1642 meters per second to get from Kerbal orbit all the way to landing on Minmus and taking off to come back, which we needed roughly 15 meters per second. So we purposely overshot for accidents later on. It's better to say, yeah, you're right, I should try baking someday. Well, I didn't, so there. Anyway, we're going to start off the stream by just sending this out. And I have not made much progress in learning on how to get to Minmus. I have written down the 4 maneuvers we're going to use, but I haven't practiced very much, so. I baked every day for 8 years. Welcome in, Fapple. I'm glad to see you're here. So, let's... Well, this doesn't need any pilots, because it doesn't have a cockpit or something. So, what we're going to do is... we're going to take off like normal. When I get to about 50 meters per second, I'm going to turn a little bit to the right so that we're on the first line. And then this doesn't have a lock to prograde. So that is something that I have a little bit of trouble on, trying to get to this 90-degree line here. Well, it's really 45 degrees, but where the 90 is. I want to be there about 11 kilometers high. And then the third thing I have to focus on is either doing an 83-degree heading or a 97-degree heading, because if we take a look at Minmus from out here, and we line this up so that Moon's orbit, or not Moon's orbit, is lined up with our Kerbal, yeah. We could see that it is tilted compared to Kerbal's orbit, and if I line this up to where the 2 orbits cross over Kerbal, this is probably the better way to show. Moon is in the same directional tilt as our planet. So it's easy to just go east and make it over there pretty easily. You don't have to do any special maneuvers. Minmus, on the other hand, is tilted by about 7 degrees. It's really 6, but if we do an extra degree to make it 7, it may make it easier to get to Minmus. So I'm going to shoot for 7. But if we're a little bit off, we'll be a little bit better. We also want to try and take off at the point, if I get this lined up again. Orbit lined up. I'm trying to make it so I can't see both sides of the line. And now I just need to go to the right a little bit. So right there is about good. We want to try and take off from our center at the point where these two orbits meet, because that'll be the most efficient way to get to Minmus, since it will be closer in a way as we take off. Could it stop ignoring us and engage with your cat? I don't have you guys blocked. Shadow banned from chat. How's that milk? What are you talking? What? So, which way are we currently facing? I don't actually know. Oh, we're facing this way. We've been unabandoned. So if we're about right here, where do I have to go before it up? Oh, do we just take off here? I think we can just take off, and that should get us close to the right orbit. Our second maneuver is going to be a correction burn for the tilt. So first maneuver is just going to get us to Minmus's orbit, and then this one will be a little bit better. We are going counterclockwise still. If we zoom out further, the reason why I was focusing on which direction it's going, if we look at Duna, their orbit is clockwise, so we'll be changing our direction mid-flight to get to there later on. I don't think that's going to happen this episode, or this stream. But anyway, we are just going to take off. More importantly, is a Whopper just a cheeseburger? It is not just a cheeseburger. We've been over this. There is a clip. Not just a cheeseburger. Whopper is a cheeseburger, but it's not just a cheeseburger. Don't get me started on this, Wallbread. I'm going to take a few sips, but this doesn't count as part of the chug. It's just to see if it was still too cold. It is. If we take off, Whopper with cheese is a cheeseburger. A Whopper is not. Exactly. See, Wellbred understands. Cabby, on the other hand, who knows yo, had the audacity to say that it's just a cheeseburger like any other cheeseburger. So, we're going to take off about 50 meters per second. We're going to turn a little bit so that we're on the first heading. Now, I said either 97 or 83. We're pretty close to 97, just the way that we're going. So I'm actually not going to change our heading. I am just going to focus on our height. And I probably should be pulling us down a little bit, since we don't have lock on prograde. I'm going to have to micromanage our prograde. I'm just pulling us slowly. We're actually going a little too fast there. And we're a little off where I want to be, but we're not too far off. Bring us back to the prograde marker. So now at this point, I'm just going to focus on our max height. Then we're going to cut the engine, and then the rest of the flight's going to be horizontal. We are at a heading of 95 degrees, so there'll be a little bit of micromanaging later during our second maneuver to correct for this slight difference in our tilt. If we were closer to... Actually, we're pretty close to 96. That's not too bad. If we were closer to the numbers that I said before, it would have made the second maneuver a little less needed. But anyway. We point this way. I should be able to actually turn the rocket so that we're facing a heading of 96. We're in a little between point. We're at 96 and 97. Can I be a mod for no reason? You know, for FAPL safety, no. So now, as we get closer to 1 minute on our time to reach our max height, I am going to turn on the rocket again. And then we will turn on the boosters when we get to a minute. And I'm going to try to keep the time close to a minute until I feel like we're going too slow. And then we're just going to ignore the time. This just keeps, as our lowest point getting higher, our highest point doesn't get higher along with it. But also pointing our rocket downwards also stops our max height from getting higher. So we should see that this will continue climbing. And at this point, I am going to keep our throttle at this speed regardless of what the time to our highest point goes. He loves Fapple more than you. I love everyone equally. Prove it? Make us both mods? I don't know. Willis is even me. Well, Willow, if you take a look, we're gonna go over favorites. Coded's top 5 streamers isn't in a specific order, but Will is above Wellbred. MySpace us? It's totally in order. It's not in an order. I used to have like 15 streamers or somewhere between 10 and 15. And we weren't really rating in and seeing those streamers a lot, so I took it down to 5. It's in order in my head. Yeah, we're pretty close to getting our lowest point up to about 70, right about there. So at this point, that's it. I just googled Whopper. What does it say? Because I'm going to probably be annoyed. In my area, I was pointing this out because it's not the same in every area. I was told before that Canada's Whoppers are different. In my area, a Whopper does not have cheese. You have to add cheese to it, which costs an extra almost $1. In Canada, I was told that it is always sold with cheese, and you have to request to not have cheese. I don't know how true that is. The person who told you it's different in Canada is wrong. Are they not? Brother, it's just a hamburger? It is. It is a type of hamburger. But it's different. So anyway, we still have quite a bit of fuel left in this rocket, so we are not going to stage until we are mid-maneuver. So our first maneuver is going to be burning prograde until we get into a capture of Minmus. That's Moon. Minmus is over here. And I did write down that at certain points we need to either be before or after... This is before. Before or after Minmus's orbit. You need to stop spreading Canadian lies. Why would you ever order a Whopper when you can have a Dave singled up? Because I like the meat of a Whopper more. I do... When I go to Wendy's, right? I don't usually get a Dave single. I usually get Dave's double because they're smaller compared to the size of a meat of Whopper. So I usually get... Not really about how much meat I'm eating. It's just, it seems like a smaller sandwich, so I get a double every time. I don't know if there's a CJ's near me in my state. McDonald's fries are so small. McDonald's fries are made for kids. A Whopper, or not a Whopper. A Burger King's fry is like having 5 McDonald's fries at once, and Whopper's fries are actually not my favorite either. I really like Chick-fil-A's fries. Anyway, we're gonna do a maneuver. Now, I found out in testing that when we were trying to do a maneuver last time, I feel like I'm yelling over the music. Doesn't seem too loud for you guys, so I'm gonna leave it. I found out during my testing that During our last stream, when I was setting focus view on Minmus and trying to click our previous maneuver, and I couldn't click on it, it was because our previous maneuver was either on our lowest point or highest point. So my pointer was specifically clicking on those two icons and not the maneuver. Why did that not allow the comment? I don't... Apparently, Twitch does not like the acronym GTFO, and I did not set that up as being a blocked term. I've tried them. Burger King fries are worse? Alright. What does the acronym stand for, Coded? Why would they not like it? I don't know why they wouldn't like it. I mean, this isn't labeled as like a friendly, family-friendly stream. Can I get the orbit? Just want to click on a current orbit, and then we can change the timing. I want this all the way around here. Because I am pointing the blue icon, which I think should be radially in. I don't want to right-click. I want it to left-click. Trying to point that in the direction we're going to be heading at. So I'm aiming ahead of Minmus. Why is it not letting you do it? Willa did both the acronym and what it actually means, and for some reason it doesn't like either one. So I don't... In terms of service, I don't know. It says auto mod, so I don't know if that's part of Firebot, maybe? Or... I'm forgetting what bot we had for... Siribot. It could be Siribot. I'm not sure. I don't think it is, because I've been in streams with Firebot on there. There's also a Mankey in chat, that's Gen 1, so I'm going to try and catch it. It auto-modded the word rednecks. No, Fatful! Let me type this in before the Pokemon disappears. So, you apparently ran out of balls, so you have to do exclamation, Pokeshop, space, the name of the ball that you want to buy, another space, and then the amount. That's the only way you can get more. Apparently you have a great ball, because it didn't say that you couldn't use it. Also, if you scroll down to the bottom of the screen, and you look at the extension, it will tell you what kind of balls you have. And then you just have to type in the correct name. It should have worked the first time you type Great Ball, and as far as I know, it only uses one ball. It won't use both. So many balls to US. So, Fapple, to catch you up on what you just did to me, Willow came in and she redeemed drink this entire mug. Now, mind you, when she redeemed it, it was about like half, maybe less or more. I can't really tell looking on the inside how much water was in it. But then... Wellbred redeemed drink the entire mug again. So this is full, kind of. Looks like I caught Mankey, that's cool. But I have sensitivity to cold water, so I filled this up from the refrigerator, and it's too cold. What do you mean, kind of? I don't know what I said kind of to. And then he learned what 1 cup is and how much a cup in his... How many cups his mug is. I did fill it up all the way. The redeem should specifically say I drink whatever is in the mug, or I fill it up. Get wrecked. So Well, this is full kind of because I took a sip out of it to see how cold it was. Anyway, like Willow just said, I'm gonna try to chug the majority of this. Actually, I think if I just don't drink it through the straw, it might make it a little bit easier. I don't want this dripping on me. So I try to drink out the bottom of the straw. And I'll just let that spill onto the mat. Deep throat it? No! So, Fapplejacks, what you just did was make me have to drink a third one of these. That's where I was trying to go with that whole catching up to you. And I should probably pause the game so we're not continuously orbiting. No, it's still too cold. I drank maybe like a fifth of it. I'm gonna leave it open. Maybe it'll cool down quicker. If you're not hanging on it, then is it even a Stanley Cup? This isn't a Stanley Cup. It's a lookalike. I don't even know what kind of brand it is. Core? I'm gonna end up spilling this on me. On the bottom it says Core Home. I don't know if that's the brand or not, but on the front of it says TIL. I don't know if you can see it on the very bottom. TAL, sorry, not TIL. Thank you, Willa, for donating another 2,000 to the 12-hour stream, which is going to be on the 16th. I heard horror hum. No. Why does it keep auto-modding? How do I turn this off? I don't want to keep having to click out of the game to let your comments go through. That's something a mod could do if I had one of my mods here. Not only am I not American, but I also don't live in North America. That's true. I think the only three of us that live in America is me, Wellbred, and Fapple. Does anyone else come in my chat that lives in the US? Kebby and Liz, if they come in, they're from a few states south from me. Driving distance, but still south. And then I'm pretty sure everyone else is from across the seas. So Regis is from a different country. Sophie is from a different country. They're the two mods. Driving distance is vague. Now, I don't know how many miles it is, so I can't like convert it to kilometers. But in the amount of time it would take me to drive down there, it's about, I think the last time I looked up, maybe like 6 or 7 hours of driving. So it'd be like, I would definitely get a hotel or something and stay the night before driving back. But to me, it's not a big distance because I live in a state that is roughly 5.5 hours wide if I drive from the East Coast to the West. So driving distance for me is large in the amount of hours. See, I knew it wasn't gonna, I knew someone was going to say it's not driving distance, because a lot of the countries in Europe aren't 5 hours large. It takes 7 hours for you to drive from LA, and you live in California. See? California, I think, is about this. Is it 7 hours in height? If you drive from the south all the way up to the most northern point? I'm pretty sure California is taller than my state is wide. More like 9 to 10? Okay, it's double the length. Back home, it took you 12 hours to get to the ocean. Well, back home means Canada. Canada is very large. I don't think you guys broke it down into states like we have. I know you have different sections. I don't know what to call them other than states, but I know you have different sections that are very large. But Europeans, I was driving 3 hours to go see family over the weekend, and they were flabbergasted. One of them said, if I drive 3 hours in any direction... Yes, exactly! Because the countries in Europe are pretty much the size of our states. Like, a lot of times we will compare the state of Texas to a lot of the countries in Europe, because the state of Texas itself is a lot larger than... I know it's larger than Germany. I know it's larger than Italy, because Italy is smaller than Germany, as far as I can tell in size. I don't know if it's bigger than France or Spain. Because those, I think, are the larger ones. I just know it's bigger than Germany and Italy, because they were the only two that I focused on. Don't call them states, they don't like diplomacy. Okay, anyway, we're gonna get back into this before I get too sidetracked. So if I click down here, we're going to turn this up so that when I click on prograde, it does larger changes. Well, that is too far out, so if we turn this down, I want it to be close to the orbit of Minmus, so then we change directions, it stays around that line. I don't know what they're called. I really don't. That's why I call them sections. Are they providences? Provinces. I was close. I said the wrong word, but I was close. I don't know why that was vaguely in my head as providences. Yeah, I don't even know if that's a word. That is what I said, Wellbred, but I don't even know if it's a word. I'm gonna try to get to the halfway point for Wellbred. I'm rubbing off on you. You definitely are. I've been catching me saying a lot of things that both Regus, Willow, and Wellbred say. Not so much Sophie anymore. Other than, oh no! Ah! Dropped the headphone and I swung it behind me, so now it's on my back. Yeah, Arbitorum. Predurtidate. That's another thing that I said because Willow started saying it. Now, I don't know what Willow wants me to say in terms of what it means. But look at this antlion. Because it looks like two separate words, so I would just break it up like antlion. But antlion, maybe? But it wasn't here for grounded. I definitely wasn't. What, Tori? Can you guys see her in the camera? You can't see her. You might be able to see her right about here, but she has a black and white cat, so it's probably hard to see. What? What do you want? Come up here. She's full on having a conversation. I don't know if you guys can hear her. Will, you just typed the whole word back the way... Is it antlion, or do you separate it as antlion? What? Come here. Come here. I think she just wants attention. But she, like, climbed halfway down onto the carpet. What? What? You still have some treats. Alright, now I do remember that Willow redeemed 2 treats for Tori. So I'm gonna pour the second amount of treats. Mind you, I don't know if you can tell how little there is left in here. So I will still give her treats if you guys redeem it, but I do want to try and save treats for tomorrow so that she has some. Welcome in, Redbeard. Glad to see you here. Now say Bombardier. That's how I pronounce it. Willis says it is Ant-Lion. Antillians? What are you doing? Something out the window caught her attention. She can see underneath the monitor and out the window that's behind the monitors. So when she's looking at the camera, I think she's really looking outside. Maybe you have birds going in the tree that's outside the window? I'm not sure. What? And now let's talk about you. Oh, news that I haven't told everyone. I don't know if I've said on my stream that I have somewhat adopted an outside cat. We don't know if it's currently owned by anyone, but it does like to sleep on our broken hot tub, which the person that we rent from says they're never going to fix. And she, about I want to say a month or two ago, she gave birth to kittens. And that's when I won her, I guess, affection or trust, because I was feeding her while she was raising the kittens. But anyway, she is now pregnant again. Could have wished for a hot mama in the hot tub, and you should have been more specific. I told you before I was specific, and this is what I wanted. I wanted a cat. What? You happy now? Hey, I'm gonna try and not get distracted by chat now. So we need to click on the maneuver again, and we need to click on these two arrow buttons, to move the start time of our maneuver. And this changes our highest point. And I'm just clicking until I get to a point where it would reach Minmus. But at this point, I think I'm going too far the wrong direction. I'm just going to click this a bunch of times and get closer to the right. At some point, our orbit should reach Minmus. Where is this planet going to be? I know it's not a planet. That's not what I meant to say. Is it further to the left and I just didn't go far enough? There's no way it's going to be way over here. Maybe I'm too far out. Because it should be somewhere around here by the time we get to it. Not too far away. It's not automotive because you put the asterisk. Oh wait, Willis said it! Exploring boundaries. Yeah, I don't know what counts as modded things. There's another Gen 1 Pokemon. Let's see if I can catch this as well. Okay, I turned down our pro grade, so hopefully we find it. I have no idea where this is going. Because it should be the darker line is where it's leaving from, so it should be going counterclockwise. An Ultra Ball for that? That's the strongest ball! Unless you get into the specific ones, like a heavy ball for heavy Pokemon and stuff like that. Where is this spear? Okay, now you guys are just messing with me. Always being mean. Am I not, like, inclined right or something? Maybe I'm too high up. I should still get an encounter. Why are there two here? I think that's close to an encounter if there's a green orbit, so I'm gonna turn this down. Because it looks like Minmus is gonna be over here. Why am I not hitting it at all? It looks like I caught right on. Safari Boss, that's true. Well read. I don't think there is a forest ball. Safari Balls was my nickname in college. He evolved. Okay, no, I really don't know why. Maybe if I set this as a target, it'll show how far away I am. A little bit easier for me. We should still be able to hit it. Even if our... Like, if we're above the planet in this field. Maybe it is too tall? I turn it down a little bit. Well, there is a close encounter icon. So Minmus is definitely going to be where these two are the closest. So I definitely am a little too high. But that at least tells me... I'm getting closer to the sphere. There's an encounter. Where does that put us against here? This purple line is where we will be when we reach Minmus. And that is pretty high up, so that does explain why. We are going to change this with our second maneuver. So our initial heading was too far off compared to how I did this before. Now, an issue I have is our burn time is counting up, and I don't know if it goes back down afterwards. If I want to make Kerbin a focus view, but I'm too far out. There we go. So this start burn time is not going to go down as far as I know. So I'm going to have to eyeball this. This says warp to next maneuver. But it's not warping to anywhere because there is no maneuver. Welcome in. We are attempting to put... Why is this next maneuver? Can I just warp over here? Alright, we're going to do it this way then. Just turn up the speed. We are going to land a satellite lander on Minmus. And then we're going to come back. Later on, we are going to bring Kerbal... Oh, that went too far. I went the wrong way. After we land on Minmus, just as like a practice test, we will come back and then land a actual manned rover on Mun. Get some science from in there. Then we're going to put satellites around Minmus because it's going to help us get to Duna as far as I know. Not 3 minutes of ad? Yeah, we noticed that in another stream that it wasn't a full 3 minutes. And I have it set up at being 3 minutes long, so I don't know. Turbo was the best investment. I was thinking about getting Turbo for Applejacks, but at the same time, I know it works like YouTube. So when you have Turbo, the more people you are watching, the less that amount of money that you pay to Turbo goes to those people, compared to when you buy a subscription to that channel. They get like the full amount. You were spending too much on subs? Like over 100 a month? Okay, that makes more sense. Baffle. For me, I don't know if it would be like cost efficient, because I only have like 3 or 4 people that I would have a subscription to. Do you have Twitch dashboard up so you can see if you actually played the 3 minutes of pre-rolls? Or I did do pre-rolls. Maybe not. I'm not sure, Will. I'll have to look at it after a stream. I'm not going to do it now. I have Firebot open, and it just pretty much tells me when the next ad starts and then how long the ad is when we get to it. Welcome in, Jackie. Thank you for another 2,000 towards our 12-hour stream. We should be close to, I think, 3/5 of the way there. Had to kill them all to avenge anyone? What do you mean? Welcome in, Glow. As you say, welcome. Hi, hydrated man. 69% there? Nice. Good job, Jackie. I'm really starting to feel nauseous from drinking too much water. Is this an unmanned mission? It is. So this is just a practice landing, because I haven't landed on a globe before. While we're here, let's speed this up a little bit so we get closer to the maneuver. This burn time isn't going to go down. And this is still going up, so I'm just going to eyeball when we have to start. We don't have to be too exact, because our second maneuver is going to get us actually looking at Minmus. This is just to get us to that area where we should get an encounter. Since our times aren't going down, I don't know exactly when to start burning. So I'm going to get close to the maneuver. Right about there. Before I do this, for the people that play Kerbal KSP a lot, do I need to burn on the maneuver node itself to get this trajectory? I think I do, but I don't want to mess up by just assuming that is. I have no connection right here. Why do I have no connection? Is it because I didn't open the antenna? Oh, it's because we're going to use the rocket, and I need to stage before this. So what we're going to have to do is orbit around Kerbin until our space center gets closer, I think? Or is it because I don't have any battery? So I'm going to have to stage, and I can't stage right now. So we're gonna have to restart our flight. Yeah, we do need a connection to get here. And I'm scrolling up on chat because you guys said a bunch. That's why I'm zooming in game. Just join your Discord if you have any questions about Twitch, whatever. You're welcome to. I might. I have quite a few streamers that I ask questions on. That's fair, Fapple. Oh yeah, Fapple would be on here. Fapple is part of the top 10. The only best practice is to look at your maneuver, is to execute it before it. Yeah, I kind of messed up on how long we took to actually get to Minmus, so we're gonna have to reset to Launchpad. Okay, Willow. I'm not in your Discord, leave me alone, damn it. Okay, we're gonna restart from launch. Then we're gonna do this quicker. Again, I want to try and have a heading of 83 or 97. To put us in a better tilt orbit to Minmus. $97's not bad. Welcome in, Regus. 12 hours of Kerbal? We are getting closer to it. Wait, is that the total? That can't be the total. I can't see what the total is, but on OBS, it says raised 20k. I think we need 28,000 to get there. And I wasn't paying attention to our angle. And I tilted too far, and now I'm not going to be able to go back up. If I get too far away from prograde, I lose control. 20 out of 26? Awesome. How do I make Firebot do my taxes? I don't think we're going to be doing Kerbal for that long, Regus, unfortunately. For you. We should be finishing this up before August 16th. And try this again. I'm going to do this a little bit slower and tilting. This time we're going to stay with prograde, but we're going to still pull it to the right. 96 isn't too bad. I think that's actually the number we want to be exact on. Can I get a refund then? No. I often get tilted when playing KSP. All purchases are final. That's true, Willow. Okay, we're a little too far away from 96, so I'm going to pull this up a little bit. Pull this down to that 45-degree mark. Pull this up again. Alright, right here should be a good spot to be in while we check our heights. And this time I am going to stage off the booster once we get into orbit. And I want to be on the horizontal line, but I want to be closer to 1 minute according to my notes. Now, we are actually spinning a little bit, so I'm looking at the heading and I'm trying to put that back on 96 or 97. 96 is the perfect time. I live in EU, I have rights. I don't know, Wellbred. Or Fapple. I should say Fapple. We might not do that third drink all redeem. Because the more water I drink from Wellbreds, the more nauseous I feel. Like I have too much water. I might save it for a different stream. Regis, you better answer that question correctly. From Willow. Wow, Regis. Shame on you, Regis. We're getting a little too close to our apoapsis. I think this time I'm going to get us closer to reaching that max height compared to us being at a minute away. I don't want us to lose too much speed, but at the same time, if I keep burning even slowly, our max height's going to keep raising. All Whoppers are cheeseburgers, not all cheeseburgers are Whoppers. Thank you, Regis. You said that perfectly. Why are we tilting up? Now I got the hiccups. Now I sound like Willow. Right about now is a good time to burn a little bit more. Big Mats now? What do you mean by that, Regis? I'm getting concerned. Just waiting a little bit of time so we get closer to our max height at 84.5 kilometers. We're very close to the speed that we have to be at to stay in orbit. We have to be at 2,250 meters per second to stay in an orbit. Regis, I am about to unmod you just for saying that. There we go. Actually, we are not above where we should be. Looking at our lowest point. There we go. I am going to not stay. You never modded me. I thought you and Sophie were the two mods. I know Kebby's a mod as well, but he's not in here as often as you and Sophie. Alright, let's try this again. I want to focus on this so we can see where we are. I'm just a normal weirdo. Right, add a maneuver there. Angle this a little bit closer to Minmus. Just like Dave. Okay, this should be close to getting an interaction with Minmus. Actually, that does look quite high. I can't tell if we're getting closer to it or higher away by clicking on this. Think that brought us down? No, I want radial. Think, not that. I want to go down like that, and then, whoa, that was too far. Bring us back out. We should be at a good height above Minmus to get an encounter at this point. I just don't know exactly where we need the time. There's an interaction. That's the mover we're going to do now. If I go back and then... Oh, didn't focus on the correct thing. Okay. Dave is pretty cool, not gonna lie. I have no idea what you're talking about. Trying to focus on Urban. There we go. So I can see us get close to mover. Now, we do actually have the time to our maneuver because we timed it correctly this time. So, all I have to do is get there. Now, we do have to stage midway through it. So, what I'm going to do is not be in this view. Because we can't stage while being in the other map. We have to be in this map to stage. So if I just warp us a little bit closer so that we are within a minute. And then we find this maneuver node. By the time we stage, we should still have a connection. There is an antenna on the probe. I just can't extend it while it's in the fairing. So now we're just going to wait until the start burn time reaches 0. Oh, really? That focuses on the ship? Where is that? Oh, right above tab. I can open the fairing while still being... fairing's on a different stage, though. I don't want to do it just yet. Anyway, we have a minute burn time, and that's pretty much because our first stage isn't going to last us the entire thing. Right-click it to open it. I thought about that, but I'm not going to do it. I meant to do max speed. That's a first stage. Start our next stage. Now that we staged, I am going to look at this. And I want to be focused on Minmus now. So that we can see our interaction actually come to this point. Why am I losing control? Ah, I should have moved the staging of the fairing, gotcha. Trying to stay in the middle, but it's not really staying in the middle of the maneuver node. So we might be a little bit off compared to this portion. Before I forget, I should probably extend the antennas for later. Okay, it ran away. I'm gonna do small burns this time. Why is it going down? I'm very confused on what I did differently here. I think we're gonna have to restart because I did something wrong. I think I should have turned down the thruster maybe on this. But anyway, since you told me about the fairing, I am going to change that. I should have went to vehicle here. Oh, I do have it before the decoupler. I just didn't have the decoupler at the same... I did exactly what you were saying. I just forgot to stage it when we got into the atmosphere. Okay, I just need to remember to stage when we get out of the atmosphere. And I'm having a hard time actually trying to do this the way that I wrote down in my notes, so I may have messed up my notes. I mean, we're still within the first maneuver, just trying to get to gravitational pull from Minmus. So maybe instead of... because we've done a 97-degree heading like the past 3 times we tried. Maybe if I go to 83 degrees in the opposite direction, that it'll be easier for us to get caught. I think maybe just 96 isn't the good for me to go to. So this time we're going to try to shoot for an 83-degree heading instead of 97. So it's going to be tilted a different direction. Anyway, the initial stuff is still the same. And then I want to push us downwards. To get that 83-degree heading. Should be close to 83, I think. It's a little bit further down, but that's okay, because as I turn to the right, the heading usually changes. I'm just going to pull us a little bit forward. I'm trying to fight the curve. I tilted too fast. That's not the button I meant to press. If I tilt us too fast, I lose control of the rocket. And I purposely didn't save while in orbit because I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to do it correctly. So that's why we're starting from initial flight. Okay. Take us down and a little bit to the right. If I stay within the heading icon, it doesn't lose control. We are a little too high up on our heading, so let's bring that down. Tilt this over again. How is that tilted too far? This is one of those times that I would wish that I put a an actual Kerbal thing in here, so that I have an actual lock to prograde button. Okay. Move the heading. We're gonna focus on the heading first, then we'll tilt. A little bit more. That's a little too low. I'm gonna bring prograde over because we're getting a little too high. I want to bring it faster, but I also don't want to lose control, and I don't know where that limit is. Gotta feed the ladies. Have fun, Fapple. And that's our max height of 80 kilometers. We're not really pointed in the right direction. Should be able to adjust that when we were doing our horizontal liftoff, or horizontal burn, I mean. Oh, stay down. If I rotate the globe a little bit here. I'm going to shoot for 84 because I think that's the actual number we want. 83 is just a slight overshoot. Now we're going to wait until we're closer. There's a full baby in chat if anyone wants a little fairy stuck on a flower. Pretty much the way to describe it. I'm going to speed up a little bit. Then I'm going to do max throttle when we're at about 30 seconds. Or I could do it right here. Because max throttle should bring our time to APO up more. Especially if I keep bringing our prograde vector down. We did, I think, burn more fuel coming up, but that was because I wasn't tilted the correct way. So we're going to be using more of our probe's rocket to get here. I probably could stage right now, but I want to get in an orbit first. Burn a little bit more. You know, we are pretty close, so what I'm going to do is just small burns until we get up to at least 70 kilometers. I'm going to stage off the fairing, as you saw that it shot out. And then... right there is a stable orbit. Let's move these out. I should have put these as a action group, but I figured there's only two. I don't really need to. Alright, let's try this one more time. I'm gonna put the maneuver here, but it's probably not where it's gonna end up being. Get us back down. You love the KSP space music? I do really enjoy the music in this game. Now, which way do I have to go to get that encounter? I feel like this is too far away. We are now below the sphere. or the globe. I should be able to still get an encounter. No, that's definitely way too low. If I... Trying to burn up more. That was way too far. Oh, that's too much. There we go. Because as I adjust one thing, it adjusts every direction. So if I put Minmus's orbit there... I don't know what I'm doing wrong to get into this orbit. Because I know... I am starting starting our flight the wrong time. I just reread higher up in my notes. I was taking off as though we were aiming for Mun, which you pretty much take off when it's directly above the station. For Minmus, we want to be pointed at one of the midpoints in its orbit. So if Minmus is at its APO right now, we want to be pointed at here or the opposite side. Somewhere over here. So what I'm going to do... Starting time should not be that important for Minmus and Mun. It seems to be for this, for our initial takeoff. I don't know what I'm doing wrong for the tilt, because we should have been... Oh, tilted this way. This would have been correct if we were facing the other direction. So I want, for our example, I want to do an 83-degree heading. But I want to be facing the other way to match its tilt, because we are way too far away, and I'm going to end up burning too much velocity just trying to get caught by Minmus that I don't think we're going to have enough left over. Because I wrote down Kerbal and Minmus at 930 meters per second. We're far above it compared to what I want to be. So what we're going to do is we are going to start again. I'm pretty sure this whole entire stream is going to be just trying to get there. And before we start our flight, I'm going to pause. And we're going to take a break so I can go use the restroom. I'll be back in a little bit. So, what we're going to do is I'm going to try to aim one flight like how I have my notes. Wait, stop, go. If we take a look at Minmus and put it right there, I want to be aiming either this way or that way. Which, like you said, is pretty much 90-degree right where we are. So we will do that, and instead of trying to do the 83 or 97-degree turn in our heading, I'll just go up like we're going to the moon. And then we'll change our tilt later on, which won't be too bad. The only thing that the 83 or 97-degree heading does is makes our second maneuver less needed. But anyway, let's just go up like we're going to the moon. Another reason why I'm having such a hard time with this is my first time flying a satellite. So I'm used to doing the prograde marker. It's not perfect, but you'll get there without much thinking, which is pretty good. Yeah. As a first attempt with a satellite, I guess it would probably be better to do it this way. We are going a little too high up in our heading, though. I'm trying to pull it down. The prograde marker, I mean. And I am trying to stay a little bit ahead of it. But I also don't want to lose control as we're going up here. I should probably have this open so I can see how high we are. I'm gonna get ready to cut the power in a little bit. And that's 81 kilometers. For the rest of this, I'm going to do an orbit this way instead of going off of looking at the time. First, I'm going to rotate while we're still in the atmosphere, and then down to the horizontal line. Try to get us rotated the correct way. I think I want to be slightly below the line compared to slightly above the line. So that's pretty much perfect in my eyes. Now we just wait. How far away is a minute visually? Because I used to do it about right here. Actually not that far away from where I was trying to do it before. Oh, I could have? Okay. I was just reading your last message about the arrow keys. Or I should say less than, greater than keys. Anyway. I'm gonna put this on full throttle, and then just slow it down a little bit. I'm gonna chase AP, but not reach it, and not let it run away. You mean the button's on the screen somewhere. Okay. Oh, right here? No, that's not the same thing. I'll find it next time. And all I'm trying to do with this specific type of burn is get us closer to a spherical orbit. Because I think that might be helping us. Trying to burn a little bit lower so that our prograde gets closer to the horizontal line. I'm getting a little too far away from AP. If I go down to here, how long does it take before we either get fast enough or we reach? Oh, there's a mud brain chat. Okay. No, I'm just gonna keep burning. No, I'm not. I want to be closer. I'm trying to keep the AP down. We cruised up a little bit. Whoa. Okay, 9084 isn't too bad for what I'm trying to accomplish here. Alright, now that we're in an orbit like Mun, I want to try to get a decent encounter. I think if I put... set Minmus as target. I do keep forgetting to do that. Going off of where I think Minmus is going to be, I think it's going to be roughly in this area, so I'm going to put the maneuver right about here. And as you see here, the degree, for those that don't know why we were trying to do a heading of 6 different from 90 degrees. This heading here, or the ascending node, is the amount of degrees that I was trying to account for leaving Kerbal. Anyway. Aim along the white dotted line, so it will actually be over here. Alright, I'm going to get the prograde up, and then we're going to put us on the dotted line after getting the prograde out there. As I keep clicking, it should be going out further and further with each click. Okay, and change the time. That was too far. We're going to get the AP to touching the AN, or at least close to it. Further out. I'm going to do just a touch more to the left. And then if I change to Minmus, that is pretty darn close to being exactly where it will be. So thank you for the help. The mouse wheel does work. I did know that. I was just trying to do it without... The mouse wheel is a little bit too slow in what I try to do. But anyway, this is a lot better than I've done it previously. So what I'm going to do is we're going to save right here. Because this is actually using less velocity than what I wrote down for my notes. So the more velocity we have at the end, the better for just getting us from Minmus back to Kerbal. Even though we're going to pretty much do a crash land. Should be able to survive re-entry if I do it right, but we're going to aim for like a crash landing. So we're not going to orbit on our way back. And now all I'm going to do is go back to this view. I'm going to put us on the maneuver node. I'm going to turn down... No, I'm not going to turn on the thrust limiter for the first one. What I want to do before we start warping is fairing. Getting this out. I see that you typed something that for some reason got auto-modded. I'll check it in just a minute. The automod's been doing weird things. Oh, it's because you misspelled encounter. I was like, I read the word as encounter, and I could see what happened there. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. That's funny. I don't know why it does that. Okay, now we're gonna warp. Mind you, I did not save after setting this up, so... Once we break off the rocket, I will change to the other view. You just have to wait a tiny bit. I'm actually going to speed up just one tick so we get closer to 10 seconds. There we go. We're going to do full throttle for this rocket, and when we get to the other one on the actual satellite, we'll burn slower. And I wasn't checking the time as I was talking. So that's our first stage. Here's our second stage. Seems like the satellite doesn't want to stay pointed where I want it. Why, thank you. I did model it after a person that I was watching on YouTube, so it's not 100% something that I created. I think I should be good to be in this view. I'm trying my hardest to stay on the maneuver node, but I think it's slowly moving. So at this point, I turn it down. Oh, I didn't mean to turn it off. I would have to take a few seconds to look it up, Glow. If you really want to know, I can do that. I think I'll wait until we get into gravitational pull from Minmus. Actually, I have my phone. I'm gonna keep the game running and look it up on my phone because it won't take too long. It's a person's name. So right now I can't see the game at all because I tabbed out. That is the YouTube channel. It's just his name. And this, the video that I copied this from was from 5 years ago, so there might be something newer in his channel that might be more efficient or looks better. And we are traveling a little bit away from the maneuver node. This is another thing that I like having pilots for, because we stay on the actual node. And that was us getting into an orbital thing for Moon. We are getting close to our time. So as you can see, our AP is climbing up faster. So I'm going to slow us down a little bit more. Maneuver node started moving again. We're getting even closer. Oh, I went a little too far. But that is okay, because we are going to edit this with our second maneuver. So that is perfect. I'm going to save. Name sounds familiar, but can't quite place it. Probably watched beginner series. That's what I was watching, was his beginner series. Okay, now for our second maneuver. This is just to correct for the tilt to make us on Minmus's actual orbit line. And also to put our parry at the correct height away from Minmus, which I want to shoot for something around 10 kilometers high. So, if I do this the way that I wrote it down, I'm going to put the maneuver node midway on our trajectory. It's close enough to midway. And then I am not entirely sure which directions I want to burn. That's going up, so I definitely want to go downwards. And I'm trying to stay out so that I can see when we reach this line. Because if I zoom in far enough, this yellow line... Actually, no, we did a target. Never mind. Anyway, I want to turn this up because we need to go down a little bit quicker. Probably go down a touch more. That's as far down as I'm gonna go. Now I'm going to bring us in, so I want this opened. And then this way. And mind you, every time I click on either one of the icons, it does change the other two areas. So I'm gonna have to check how we are tilted. That's close enough to 10. And we're a little bit below. I'm not too worried about that. I am focused on getting to certain biomes, so that's the only reason why I'm trying to get to the equator. But if we stay on this, like if we actually get an orbit later on and we stay on this, we are going to land in here. That's what I'm going to shoot for. The oceans on Minmus are actually frozen, but they are the flattest thing to land on. So in the video, I think the guy tried landing in here, but we're actually going to shoot for this larger area, seeing how it is within our current trajectory. I think that'd be better. Anyway, we are pretty much facing the correct direction. But what I want to do is go to our rocket, and I want to turn down the thrust limiter. As you see, it turned up the amount of time we're burning for because we're burning less at a time. And I just have to remember to turn this back up when we go to the third maneuver. But anyway, actually, if I keep that pinned, I won't forget. Put you up there. I'm going to go to this view. We are going to warp closer. It says that it was a whole day away. Now we still are on the maneuver node. And this isn't too bad for what I wrote down. The last time, I think I burned more in terms of velocity. So we have 1149 left. We definitely have enough for the Minmus landing. We might not have enough to do... This is in the science mode, so the tracking station is fully upgraded. My antenna range... Oh, that's true. Look at that. I should have been able to do this. Because right now I'm not going to be able to burn anything. I have solar panels. Why? Oh, because we're facing away to do this maneuver. And I can't turn it around. Okay, how do I cancel out of this flight? Because I can't... Oh, I can revert to flight. Okay. Last time I tried doing this, it wouldn't let me revert. What I'm gonna do is... I'm gonna put two solar panels on the bottom. Out there. And then I should be able to move them in and they won't affect the engine. Not entirely sure, but I'm pretty sure they won't affect the engine if I go like this. What I don't want them to affect is the landing things. I get the feeling that they would be pushed out more, but just in case. Should be okay. I'm trying to zoom out. There we go. Now I am going to set up an action group just in case. Let's put this as the antennas. It's only going to be to extend, nothing else. Save this, start. Alright, let's do this all over again. I'm gonna be pretty quiet because we all know what we're doing here at this point. I'm just gonna slowly bring our prograde vector down to the 45 degree point. Trying not to bring prograde down too fast or else I'll lose control. Trying to get us closer to that 90 degree heading, but the prograde is bringing us up a little bit. And right about here, I'm just going to stop. Okay, into this view. Let's get us rotated the right way. I'm trying my best to put us back on a 90 degree heading. I'm not really going to try and go for perfect. And I want to warp to here. Is it really warping us? But we are going a little bit faster than without. I am checking our time. I want to be closer to 30 seconds than I am now. Alright. Full throttle. Slow it down. Chase the AP. We are getting a bit close. I might turn up the throttle a little bit. I am looking at the time to see if it's slowing down. I think it's about to start going further away from us. It's definitely going away now. I'm just doing little burns to try and get our AP to stay down. How low can I get this before we run out of thrust? Actually, a lot closer than I thought I could get to that line. Alright, at this point, I'm just gonna burn until we get to our height on our parry. We're at negative 60 now. Oh, we're facing... I wasn't looking at our direction on the ball. That explains why this is taking a little bit too long. Alright, that's good enough. Now, hopefully at this point, we keep... That's not what I was... Hopefully this one we keep our connection to Kerbal. We shouldn't need satellites around Kerbal to reach it. Could also be that my antenna's facing directly out. Might not be a good thing. I might want them flared a little bit. Because they will, if we're facing at Minmus, we will be pointing the antennas directly to Minmus. I don't know if that would change it. Instead of pointing like this, it should be like that. I guess it should go like this. I don't know if that changes anything. Anyway, we are going to put the maneuver right here. I'll turn this up to make the clicks a little bit quicker. We are a little too late on that. Give a little bit more. I'm going to turn this down and move us a little bit to the right. There's the encounter. If I click on you and focus. I am not going to change the height of this at all. That is pretty spot on. I mean, it could get a little tiny bit closer, but I'm not going to worry about it. Alright. I'm going to save here. And then we're going to warp to this. Let's get us on that node. Which is pretty close to prograde. I don't know if that's normal or not. We're again going to burn about half of our velocity on the first engine and then switch over to the second one. I should, at this point, break off her flare. You know, just to be safe, I'm going to save now. So that I don't forget to take off the flaring if we restart. I'm just waiting for our time. Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, full throttle. Stage. Again, full throttle. I'm going to try to stay in the middle of this maneuver, but I don't think we can. I mean, I don't think I can. We should still be getting battery charge from the solar panels when we turn off the engine. The antenna's correct. There we go. Thank you for reminding me. I don't think I set up an action group for the landing things. Hopefully they allow me to just right-click on it and do all three at once. I did put lights down here so that we can see where we're landing a little bit easier. So we'll be using the lights later on. I should probably be looking over here. Trying to stay on the maneuver node, but it's moving. Oh, that was a little too far. I meant to press shift. There we go. We're a little high compared to being a little low, but that's fine. Okay with that. And then I guess all we're going to do here is get our periapsis a little bit closer for this maneuver. Where is the blue line? That's what I want to be. Move you a little bit further away. Okay, all we have to do is burn prograde as far as I can tell. We want this up a little bit faster. That moved a lot quicker than I expected. And hopefully this lines up with a decent ocean. I actually want a tiny bit more height than that. Will this go over an ocean somewhere? It'll go over this, I think. If we keep the ball in the center. We'll have two different places that we could try. Okay, time to go to here. And do this little burn. What I'm going to do is go back to here. Turn this down, pin it. Bring it up here. So that when we warp to here. Tiny bit on the purple. I don't really want to mess with it. We have two different things that we can aim for. I think we'll be okay. Time to speed up so we can meet this maneuver. Oh, I should probably put us on the maneuver node first. And look at that, we still have connection. Because we still have battery charge. Okay, we're in the last 10 seconds before we have to burn. 3, 2, 1. Start. Hopefully I don't have to micromanage where we're facing if I stay here. I'm gonna get ready to click on this to get the icon popped up. Throttle us down. I'm only gonna worry about this height. Not gonna worry about where it's placing along this purple line. We're getting close. And stop. We're a little bit different, but that's fine. We still will reach these two biomes here. And I can't tell if there's any other lakes on this side. And there's one right there. There's here. There's a tiny one there, but we're obviously not going to go for that one. Okay, let's get rid of this maneuver node. And we're going to save. Unfortunately, I need to take another restroom break. Because we finished off the second mug. I'm going to have to fill it up when we come back. And then we'll start drinking it for Apple Jacks. I'll be back in a little bit. I'm going to wait a little bit for it to cool down. Or, I guess, warm up, I guess would be the correct way of saying it. And now, next thing we're going to do... But a third maneuver here. We're going to burn retrograde. That's too far. Now, when I get this close to a good orbit, if I can get this both to being 11 and 11, that would be perfect. I'm not going to try to get it exact. What did the parry change to? You know what? That's pretty close to being the same number, so I'm going to leave it there. I don't think I actually need to have this maneuver, but it at least gives us a point to warp to without messing up anything else. We're almost onto this orange maneuver. There we go. Now we're caught in Minmus's orbit. Or I guess I should say gravitational pull. Let's put us on the marker. Now I wrote in my notes for at this point to make sure we turn this back up. That should shorten the time that we burn for. Okay. Now we just have to wait. But instead of waiting, I don't know why we stopped fast forwarding to this. Anyway. Speed us up a little bit so we get closer to the 10-second mark. That's close enough. I'm gonna zoom out here so that I can click on the APO when we get to it. And now, full throttle. And right when we get an orbital ring, I'm going to throttle down. Actually, I'm going to throttle down now. And we're just going to watch this go down. Somewhere around 11 kilometers or 12 would be perfect for me. We are tilting a little bit, but that's because we're not exactly on the maneuver node or on the parry node. Can't tell if this is slowing down as we get closer. Now we're at about 60 kilometers. $30 kilometers. Our parry's going down. A little worried about that. And I'm going to stop it there because our parry went down quite far. I don't think that's a stable orbit anymore. I'm going to do a slight burn. And then we're going to turn to the retrograde marker. Oh, too fast. Get rid of that. And I'm just going to give it a little bit. Get this back up to 10 kilometers. This is why we did a little bit extra velocity in our budget. I'm going to leave this up here. I think the numbers that I was trying to get between is 10,000 and 15,000. Hi, Tori. What? You still have treats you can eat. Okay, now, where are we able to land? There is a big biome here. Pretty easy for us to hit. This is a relatively small area, but we probably could do it. It looks like this might be the easiest one to go to, but what I want to do is make sure, one, we were within comm range, and I also want to make sure that our landing area is on the bright side of the globe, just to make it easier for us to see. So I'm going to speed up time and let the globe spin. Until that body of water that I'm looking at is in here. Ooh, it actually gets into a better spot. Right there. And then I wrote down that I wanted to start our descent about a third of an orbit away from it. So right about where we are is good. Okay. What we're gonna do is not have comms. I do need to speed us up a little bit closer, which is unfortunate. But at least the globe moves with us a little bit. So we might end up burning a little bit more than I would have if this was more timed correctly. Maybe if I do one more orbit, it'll be fine. I'm going to do one more orbit. This should mean that this part of the face moves with us. We should still get a decent amount of this to hit. We might not line up with it. We're not going to line up with it. Oh, I didn't mean to... I'm just going to keep going around. We're going to try for this, maybe? Or that. When do we get comms back? We gotta be close. Should be when we get to about here. But I don't want to fast forward too fast at this point. There it is. Okay, what I'm going to do from here, because I didn't set up an action group, is I'm going to open these now. I don't think they're going to stop me from doing this correctly. And all we want to do is burn retrograde. And I'm going to purposely overshoot our landing point. Where are we? We are right here. I'm going to try for this one, and I'm going to put the landing point like way up here. And then we're going to burn as we get closer. I just do a small burn. As I pick it back in chat. Okay, our line is coming, and we should be able to make this hill or mountain. I'm going to stop us there, and then as we get closer, we're going to burn a little bit more when we get to this point, so that our cut goes straight down instead of being curved out like this. so that as we're landing, we're burning straight away from the planet. So I am going to warp us to right here. And then put us in this view, because I think this is where we want to be. Our retrograde marker. Don't need that on anymore. Don't need this on anymore. And we're just going to wait until we float above it. Then we'll burn more of our speed off, and we'll see our retrograde marker starts going up to the top of the globe as we start shooting downwards. Now we could actually end up leaving this here. So once we land, I'm going to save so that if we don't have enough velocity to get back home for a crash landing. Because I don't know if we actually want to save this satellite or not. We could probably land it, but I don't know if we need to. We do have a little bit of science stuff in here, so we probably should. Anyway, like we probably should try and save it. Let's start burning off our speed. And I'm going to try and stay on here. Put it on max throttle. And I'm trying to push a retrograde up to the top of the globe. Thank you for that. I forgot to change it. And I also want this on solid. We're going a little too fast there. I'm going to burn slowly. I want to get this retrograde to the point of the globe. That should mean that we're falling straight down. If I stay right about here, it looks like it's going to line up pretty close. And cut the engines right there. Now, if we stay right here, all we're going to do is do little bursts of burn. Make sure that we do not fall too fast. Now, I forget which one is the lights. I think it's the U. It is U, look at that. So this will tell us, along with our shadow, which will appear at some point, how close we are from reaching down. That could be our shadow? It's falling with us, so it's probably our shadow. Like I said, just a little burst to burn off some of this velocity. Probably should do like a max instead of just a little burst. Stuff like that. Do a slower burst when we're closer. Do want to get a little bit closer, faster. Cannot warp faster going at this speed. Okay. We're stuck here waiting for this to fall. Alt warp? Oh, I heard a noise. You know what? I'm gonna... Oh, it does work. Okay. I was gonna wait it out since we were close to, We might be going too fast. Yep. When did I last save? Please tell me it was close. I feel like we're in orbit around Kerbin. No, I want to... That's the wrong thing to look at. This is before we got into an orbit. Okay. to speed up. Yeah, I did time things very wrongly, or poorly. I don't need that always there. This time I'm going to try to change our angle. As we get to this point. If I... right-clicking instead of left-clicking. Do we actually want this to change? Because it does go off quite a bit different biomes to land in. So instead, I'm actually going to not change it. That's the wrong way. Oh, I went too far. I don't want to add another maneuver. I wanted to right-click on that. Here we go. Let's turn this down and keep burning retrograde. I'm gonna go just below 15. Should be right about there. Bring that a little bit closer to 11 for the parry. That's too much above 15, so I'll just go right here. Let's get closer to the maneuver. Oh, we are within a minute. I was wondering why we slowed down. Thank you, Gina, for donating another 2,000 points to our 12-hour stream. Should be pretty close to 75 at this point, if not 80% done. Oh, I forgot. Wait, what? Oh, our thrust limiter. I was wondering why our burn time was so far away. Okay, let's fast forward again. This will make more sense now. Just a little bit of fast forwarding to get closer. And stop right there. I'm not going to change our angle, although it's not the best. And start our burn. I'm a little too low on retrograde there. Hi, Mom! For those that don't know, Miss Joe 5 is my mom. Okay, we have our top height coming in, so I'm going to slow us down a little bit. And I should probably be focusing on our parry as well to make sure it doesn't go down too far. And it looks like our parry's not changing too much. It is now. I'm just going to slow us down quite a bit so that I can keep an eye on this as we get to our right around 14 something. 14A. That's good there. That's good there. This is actually better heights, in my opinion, than we had the last time. I am pretty happy with that. So, immediately before I forget, quick save to right here. And then, what kind of trajectories do we get here? If this was over more, we could hit it. This might rotate into our orbit. We also have this big area that would get eventually over there. So let's just warp to right here and see where everything is in terms of our orbit. So that we have our connections to Kerbin. Okay, there is the connection. So we could aim for this portion, and by the time it rotates, we might actually be landing in here. We are... Yeah, that's probably good enough. Let's get over to our retrograde marker. I do not like how the ball is rotated. Okay, there's our retrograde marker. We're at a good enough point that we can burn now to... That was max throttle. I didn't mean to do that. We're good enough now to plan where we're going to end up shooting for. Now I'm going to aim for right here. Maybe not. I'm hearing crackling noises in the room. Maybe it's windy outside or something. I don't know. I got worried. Okay, let's speed over to here. As you see, our trajectory is getting closer to this main point. Now let's find our retrograde marker again. And I'm just going to stay right here below it so that we push it up more. And I think we are safer at aiming for this. No, we're not. It's better if we aim way out there. I'll fast forward a little bit. I'm going to try aiming for in here, but I want to get our heading in the right direction. Warp a little bit faster. And right there should be good. Now I'm going to do max throttle. Get our retrograde marker up. I am trying to push it up straight, but it's not going to go straight up. And I moved a little too quick there. Let's do a short burn. Or slow burn, I mean. It should be making us land straight down. It looks like it is. I did not forget about the lights and the landing gear yet. We're almost to a point where we're going straight down. Give it a little bit more burst. Right there's good enough. So now, U to turn on the lights and extend the landing gears. And now, when we get to 500 meters, is when I'm going to turn off the speed. So we're only going to do speed change of 1. There is a Starly in chat if anyone's a cute-looking bird. And I'm going to stop us there. I'm going to get us on our marker. Start burning off our speed. As we get closer, I'll do a little burn like this. Actually getting quite close. I want us to be slowing down, but not too much. And that's a perfect touchdown. Look at that. We have now completed the first task of today. And we have time to spare. Look at that. So what I'm going to do here is hold two things of science we can do, which is just log the temperature and log the pressure. We're not going to transmit it, but if I do look at how to transmit, we do have 70% science being saved. So to go over something we talked about in a different stream, I wasn't able to test past this, but when you add one antenna, you get 40% of the entire science that you would get if you transmit it. So at this point, I think it would be only 10 science if we transmit it with one antenna. When you add another antenna, you get a little bit more percentage. So right now, if we try transmitting it, we would get 70% of it, which equals about 28 science out of the 40 that we get for taking us home. I don't know how much we get if we add a third antenna. I don't know if it still continues going up by 30, meaning that you need 3 of these specific antennas to get 100%, or if maybe it's a... There's a word for it. I'm forgetting what it's called. When the percentage keeps going down, so like this one, having 2 is 30%, having 3 would make it go up another 20% to 90, and then we would need 4 for 100 or something like that, maybe? Not sure. Congrats, just for future reference point, towards retro all the way till touchdown, or you end up having last second side drift. We did have side drift. I did notice that. Range to bandwidth ratio. Okay. So we are going to keep this. And we're going to attempt to bring this all the way home and save it. I'm not sure. I haven't gotten to this point, landing, so I don't know how well we're going to do saving the satellite within our atmosphere. So we are going to save right here. And then I want to go back home. Some antennae are capable. They increase if added more. Some are not. I do know we have the weakest antenna. It's not the best. But anyway, we are now going to take off and try to head home. So I'm going to do max throttle. Get us out. And Kerbal is that way, so I'm going to try just going up like this. I'll keep burning until we get to a height about 10,000 kilometers. We'd probably go down a little bit more. It doesn't have an SOI of 10,000? Oh yeah, look at that. Okay. I'm just gonna out of maneuver here because I don't know how to get back to Kerbal. Need this up a little bit more. That's the wrong way. That made it go I don't know where. think that's pointing straight at the planet. I definitely did this wrong. Hold on. I can also just go back to our save. Just wait for us to get out. That is probably what I'm forgetting. So I am going to warp to right here just so that we're closer to our escape. Just trying to remember which button to press to get back to our satellite. So I am going to set up this as our target. I suppose I can't. Okay. Anyway. Let's speed up a little bit because we're going a little too slow here. It can't be targeted. Okay, thank you. Alright, and now we just need to burn retrograde from this point. Why aren't we moving? Hello? Am I still time warping? Thank you. I didn't even notice that. I want to go the other way. That's prograde. This is retrograde. And I do want that up, but I don't want this. Okay, let's burn this until we get down. Stuff looks not in motion out here, but in fact, fast. That's true. Alright, we're getting closer to Kerbin. I should probably focus like this so that I can see how close we're getting. Now, I am purposely not going to save at all until we land here, because if anything, I can just leave the satellite on Minmus and we come back for it later. I'm just shooting for 35 or something close to it. I'm going to shoot a little bit below 35 kilometers. 24 is a little too low, but oh well. Actually, I'm really not happy with 24, so I'm going to change it. We'll burn a little bit prograde. We still have a lot of velocity left, so I'm okay with this. Is my thing heat resistant? Probably not. I very highly doubt that it is heat resistant, because I didn't put any of the things on it. So we're going to see if it burns up. If it does burn up, we're just going to leave it on Minmus for now. And at some point, we'll find a way to take it home. So, now I am going to warp all the way over here. What is that? Is that our engine from when we first came out? So anything lower than 55 with a high APO is boom. Well, I don't think I have enough time now to fix it. Let's just see how it does. I'm curious. If we put us in the retrograde, we can at least burn some of our fuel to slow us down. We're going to see how well we do. I know when I got heavier rockets around the 60-kilometer mark is when they started burning up. If I get us just to under orbit and then I start burning... we can get rid of some of our speed. Yeah, we're probably going to explode. I'm not too worried about if it does. Because that bar looks like very close to doing it. Yep, there it goes. That's the landing gears. And now I think the lights. We still have the science stuff, so maybe this will slow down enough that we could safely land, but I don't think we get that slow because I don't have a parachute. A 10 is already dead? Yeah, probably, because I left them pointed outwards. I'm not trying to save the science from here. We can just quick load back to Minmus and send it from there. I am curious to see if we slow down enough to safely land. Oh wait, I could just send these out now? We still get 70% though. That's the same as waiting until we're on Minmus. I'm gonna wait it out. I am trying to keep us pointed sideways so that we keep our speed as we're falling. I don't want us to go straight down. We'll speed up at that point. Actually, I probably should be going like that. If I follow prograde or retrograde, we should keep some speed. And then I'll turn a different way to slow us down as we get closer. If I turn this like this, we should be slowing down quite fast. I'm just trying to bounce off of prograde or retrograde. Way to lose some speed. No shoot, so it's... Yes, this is a test. I just want to see if it can survive. This wasn't a rescue thing, that's why we did it with a probe instead of an actual pilot. If we would have got 100% of our science from here, I would have sent out the science from here. There we go, now retrograde should be going straight up. Some things survive, so you might get lucky. I'm hoping I am by trying to pull our speed down. We are going to reach a point where we're going straight down and probably speeding up. But I thought maybe if I stay away from retrograde, we'll get slow enough that I don't die. I am surprised we are still slowing down. I don't think we're going to make a safe speed, though. I'm hoping that as we land, if anything breaks off, everything from the battery down breaks off. And we save the probe because it has the instruments connected to it. I don't think we're going to slow down enough that we don't explode everything. Retrograde still isn't straight up. Once I had an orbital station deorbited and half the objects survived because half stuff absorbed the impact beforehand. That's what I'm hoping. Everything below the battery will break, and the rest will be fine. We are still going at a fast speed, though. And touchdown. The whole thing exploded. Okay, let's quick load to Minmus. I am going to send the science, since we do get a little bit of science from here. That should be one data. And there's the other data. If you hadn't used the fuel before landing, maybe. That's true, I was worried about us burning too much, too fast. So I wanted us to slow down when on fire. But anyway, we're going to leave this here. We're going to go back to our space center. And I'm going to need one more restroom break. So I'll be right back. Now, since we're at roughly an hour left, oh, that's a cool emote. Looks like a Minecraft zombie. Now that we have about an hour left, we're probably not going to fire off this rocket, but I do want to try and make some things. So we're going to go back in. I want to go off of this one. We're going to take a bunch of things off and edit the satellite. Get rid of all that. What we're going to do next is a communication array around Minmus. And I didn't write down exactly how I did this. But what we don't need are these. The lights. We won't need that. We won't need these. These are actually going to go on the side for right now. We don't need the science. We don't need these antennas. We do want these, however. I double this up. Put these on there. I might change where these are to right here. But first... That's not what I want. I just want to click on it. Don't want it on 4. That's the wrong way. I do want it like that, but the solar panel's underway. We'll probably move this up so that it's not touching the solar panels. They're not physically touching. I think that'll be fine. And all this is doing is going to be a relay. So we have 2 different types of antennas. These 2 are the same. It's just one is sideways and one is vertical. They only go to one direct catcher. This third option here, the high gain antenna, is a catcher and a thrower. So it receives signals and it shoots them off. That's what we're going to be doing with this array, because we want them all to be going around Minmus, and then also going back to our planet. I think this is really all I need. I don't think I need anything else. It's only doing that one purpose. I don't think I need something up top for it. No. I only have these 2 probes. Okay. What I'm going to try to do also is get our engine more centered. If I... That's not the right one. That's the right one. How centered can I get this? No, I think just moving it over that little bit was all I needed for it to be generally centered. The antennas are a little... tiny bit off, but oh well. I grab this, and we rotate you back. What I want to do is add a decoupler underneath. I'm trying to plan this out in my head as we do it. That's not what I meant to move. What is going on here? I want the entire rocket. There we go. Our satellite. We are going to... trying to copy this. Why is it? It's not working. It is alt-click. Am I not able to alt-click an entire rocket? I'm trying to duplicate this so I can stack it on the bottom. Alright, well there's another way that we can do this. Not that. I wrote this down, I don't remember where. Where is the stuff that I wrote down? Oh, here it is. I wanted to be on here. We're gonna grab this whole thing and we're gonna drop it in here. We're gonna call this ComSat Mark 1. And then call it a relay satellite. Then I should be able to... go like this, and then add another one. But this does attach weirdly. I feel like I'm doing this wrong. I just want 3 of these satellites on one rocket. That's all I'm trying to accomplish here. Do you have the wrong size? No, I pretty much did the same thing. I'm gonna keep going and see what this does. Okay, then at the bottom, we want fairing. I think it's in cargo. Nope. Don't remember where fairings are. Here it is. And we're gonna want a decoupler above it. If I do this guy. Why did it go there instead of at the bottom? There we go. This fairing is just gonna go straight up if I can get the camera rotated the right way. Right up to there. Can't tell if that's straight or not. Or is it not? Wasn't placing it. Okay, let's go out a little. Okay, now it placed it. That's weird. I guess I need to do a smaller portion at the bottom. That right there, and then just bring this in. So now inside here we have 3 different rockets. Oh, I did just remember something. We only need 3 satellites, so I don't want to use the booster down here for very long. Although I guess I would cut off this one. Okay, what I'm gonna do is modify another one. I just add you to there. Gonna make sense later. So, what I want are the engines in the right order. So, in terms of all this, what decoupler do I need first? I think I want that one first. It's not on the same one as that one, so if I go like this. And then we have... well, this should be down further. No, it shouldn't. It should be up further. Okay. In terms of boosters, I want you with this. So when we do our first decoupler, it should stage off the first satellite, and we drive that around. And then this one should stage off the same rocket that it's at. Should be this one. And then this one should be that engine. And then we have this engine, which we stage in to pretty much jettison this into something. But if I change this, we might not need this. I'll get rid of this. We'll have the booster there. Bring this down here. This down here. Bearing first, then turn these on. Actually, let's do both of these. Okay. I think we're at a point where I have what I want. How much mass does this have? 1.6, not too bad. We have how much velocity in space? 12. Is that enough to get to Minmus? I wrote down total from Minmus and back should be more than that. Don't know what happened to that fairing, but okay. Can I click on the one I don't want? There we go. Oh. You're not the entire thing, are you? That's the entire thing there. Why aren't these showing anything? That's not the right decoupler. Somehow all this got flipped upside down. I want the fairing to go away, then I want this to decouple, then I want the engine to turn on. Then I want this one, that engine. No, I want these two. What? Okay, now it should be going the right way. I think when I picked it up and moved it, it flipped the staging backwards. Now I have velocity. We have quite a bit of it to get us all the way there and back. Okay, so I don't have to worry about any of that. This does, on the other hand, only have 422. That's definitely not enough to get to Minmus. So we're going to build on a small engine to this that gets this entire thing to Minmus. Which I need about 1,000 meters per second. Urban to Minmus is about 930. Minmus's low orbit, just to get in a stable orbit, is about 150 meters per second. These aren't landing, so I don't have to worry about it landing. I just need to get there and get into an orbit that we can change later on. So, let's build our general engine. I think we should be fine with a small thing. Does this have more in it? That is a lot more. Those are little tanks. That looks very comedically large. See if I can put an adapter on here that would work. It's better. I didn't want to move that. I wanted to move the whole thing. What do I have to grab onto that moves the entire thing? This. Alright, I'm going to put a temporary engine on it. I'm going to do the Terrier. Just to see what the velocity we have is. That's definitely enough to get us to Minmus. There's no need for anything bigger. If I take a look at the other tanks, this tank is actually a lot smaller, so I'd rather use that. And that is about 18, it's close enough. So it may look a little weird. What I'm going to do is also add monopropellant, because we are going to add things to this. Or will we? Because this is going to be one big... Can't add monopropellant to this. I want to remove these in pieces. Not like that. I think I want a bigger coupler. Is that the same one as that one? I think it is. Rocket, please. Why did you connect to there? Because I don't have the decoupler above it at the right spot. Okay. If these are connected the way that they are... I feel like this is just not set up the way that I want it to. I wanted to auto struts a root part? Is that what I'm looking for? Not sure what I'm looking for here. I saw someone use a decoupler that put up stuff. How did the landing at Minmus go? We landed, and then we attempted to come back, but blew up in the atmosphere. So we have a lander that's just stuck on Minmus forever now. I'm not going to try to recover it. It has a small amount of science on it. I'd call that progress. That is. Right now I'm trying to make a rocket that would send up 3 satellites to make a communication satellite sphere around Minmus. So these are all relay satellites. And I'm just having an issue working out the decoupling in my head. Because the decouplings are set up in the right order to break off the satellite above it. This satellite can decouple from here and then expand. This one has this stuck to it. So I won't be able to expand these relays. There's a Hitmonchan in chat. That is a Gen 1 Pokemon. I'm gonna try to catch it. Did stuff a lot. You did stuff like that a lot later than you are doing. I'm impressed. Well, thank you. I'm trying to race all the way to Duna. Because that's when we're going to finish playing Kerbal Space Program. And I think our current antennas can't make it all the way to... They just need to be in series. I don't know what you mean. What do you mean by series? Because I do want only one satellite to break off, and then we go to the next one, that breaks off, and then this one is the last one that breaks off. I don't know if that's what you meant by it. I also don't need this open. Because I'm pretty sure I can't extend this with the decoupler in the way. But when I try to move them, they don't connect unless I go right up to the decoupler. You could also do it in the same level 3 symmetry. You mean like side by side? How weird would this look if I... That's true. It does get broader, but who cares? If I turn them sideways and then put the decoupler on, will it be able to connect onto something here? No. Girder and rotation tool might help. What counts as girder? This? That is what I was looking for, but there's something you can do with the decoupler that adds them into the next thing above it. Have an idea. That's the big one. That's the big one. It's more like the plates. I don't know what you mean by the plates. The decouplers themselves don't have attachment distances. Okay. I think we're better off with the smaller decouplers because then they don't mess with the antennas. So I'm gonna put them all back on, same way. And I need to put this back on. Take everything, the fairing off. Put this there, you here. That didn't go where I wanted it. So now the decouplers are far enough out of the way. So that when each one decouples, I can still extend the antennas of the next thing. Alright, where are all the couplers and the engines? This is gonna break that off. Then I want this with it. I also want you down here on your own. Get rid of 2. Bearing, decouple, first engine. We're gonna use the first engine while we get into an orbit, because that should have quite a lot of velocity, or we're using this. Should be like this, I think. Get rid of 0. We put boosters on to take us out of the atmosphere. This is enough to get us all the way to Minmus and rotate us, so that we could do this rocket first. I just switch these around. That'll make sense in a moment. Get rid of 1. So if this is taking us to Minmus, the flaring will happen right after this turns on. Actually, let's put it on the same time as us taking off. I want this decoupler at the bottom, though. I think I want a 4th stage. This down here on its own to break off this engine. And then we have these 2. Then these 2 break off from the third one. The third one doesn't have anything connected to it because it already broke off. I'm working my way backwards. So this whole thing is going to get us to Minmus, this one engine. We get there, we break it off, and we only have these 3 satellites. We break off this, we fly it around, these 2 stay in orbit, then we break this off, this one stays in orbit, and then we fix its orbit and place it in. What was the L3 range for the HG5? I don't know what L3 range means. How do I look that up? L3 right here is 1.12 gigameters. More than enough? Okay. I just need to find a way to put boosters on here. Why don't these show me the velocity that's in each one? I feel like this isn't staged correctly. Anyway. Let's see what kind of decoupler situation we can do to make this a little bit better. I'm gonna do these spread out more decouplers to try and not hit the fairing. I want to first see what a hammer can do with this small rocket. That's not enough for sure. What about Thumper? That also is not enough. What if we take this whole thing and we do 4-way symmetry? Getting closer. Maybe I want 6-way. No, this isn't working right. We could do a smaller rock at the bottom. These are just very large. And if we put a swivel, or do I want the Reliant? I want the Reliant. This is a little too much velocity. Thank you for telling me the distances for them. We're really only going to use about half of this to get into orbit with Minmus later. This just has to get us above Kerbin. I don't want to waste much of that, so let's put some thumpers on the side of this. We won't need the large decouplers anymore, and we also don't need it out that much. I'm going to place them right there. I think I'm clicking on the decoupler. I am. I do want them down a little bit, though. Place it right about there. If I grab nose cone... Ooh, we have a new nose cone. I don't see a difference other than its temperature. Looking at the mass as well. Oh, this is lighter. A lot lighter. No, it's heavier. That's 0.2. So this is the lightest one. Ooh, do I have it on vacuum? I do, thank you. The only things we wanted in vacuum was everything above this decoupler here. No, that should be in vacuum. So yeah, everything above this decoupler. These should all be not in vacuum. So that's what, 2,600 meters per second? 2,600? We need maybe another 1,000 above that. I turn this on 4-way. How does that do? That is a little above 3,000. This does have a Reliant engine right here. So that's going to be the last stage, getting out of the atmosphere. Now I take a look at the decouplings. I want this to be somewhat stable. Trying to think of where to put the fins as well. I think we learned the last time that if I put the wings in here, it doesn't really work well. Let's put on snapping. Reliant is without a gimbal. I do know that. This is just to test it out at first. If I need the gimbal, I will switch it to the swivel. That's what I put on, I think. Oh no, I put the winglets. I meant to do tail fin. I don't think they should be right here, though. I'm just not entirely sure. Anyway, if I go in here, we're going to remove symmetry. And also on this one. Want that one a different one. Then we're going to do the same thing for these. Did I need to do that for those? I don't think I needed to. Can I go back and it just takes it away? There we go. So right off the bat, it should be all 4. Although I could move this engine down with it. Right now the decouplings are all on the right stage. I don't think I wanted this engine down there, though. If I place that up here... 14, 15, that's 29 meters per second. I think honestly it was better before when they were all getting off at the same time. Like this, yeah, it is a little bit better. Or is it the same? I don't know why these stages are there. That's only about 29. How did it go down? Was it because of the tail fins that went down? Well, that went up because of the tail fins being taken off. Okay. AFK looking for a bit. Have fun. I don't know if Applejack is still here, but I'm going to start trying to chug his water. That is still very cold. I'm probably not going to finish that before we end stream. So I am going to, well, one, put the lid back on. And I'm going to refund the points to Applejack's only after we're done streaming. Because I took a few sips out of that. No, you have to finish it. Wellbred, I'm giving those points back to you, no matter what you say. We might as well at least just try this. I don't know what to call this. ComSat hub, maybe? Save that. Oh, those are the things that keep me above ground. I should probably put them on as well. And what do I have to grab to make this all one big piece? Right there. Can't tell how low to the ground I am. I'm gonna go a little bit lower. Let's see how this flies first. I have a feeling the tail fins are not in the spots they should be. For the boosters, I think we're going to lose control. So this isn't a test to see if I can get all the way to Minmus, it's just to see how it handles. Not doing too bad on handling. I'm gonna try to point us down a little bit more. We're wobbling all over the place. So I don't think the fins are where I want them to be. If we revert back to vehicle assembly. I think I want the fins only on the thumpers. I don't want these taken off, I just want them out more. Oh! I thought I hit the button to move these out and I didn't. Oh, they can only go out a certain spot. If I turn snapping off, what happens here? They jump down immediately and go back to where they were. Okay, new plan. Place them like that. Let's see if this handles a little bit better. This, I think, is the first rocket I haven't had help on. So I don't know how well this is gonna go. Meaning, like, I didn't have any YouTube help to test things out first. Trying to get us pointed in the right way. I think this is good. Get a little bit down more. Our boost is about to cut off. And that took off our engine with it. So, what I think we have the ability to do is a little tiny thing that pushes them off. Don't know where that would be. It's not RCS. Thanks, Regis. There are little propellant boosters that you can put on the side of a booster that shoots it away. Another option I have is to move this middle booster up more and have these below it. That's relatively easy to do. I just grab this whole thing. We go down to like right here. I didn't have to take it off actually, I forgot. Could have just clicked on this. If I were to bring these way down here, it's probably going to mess with stability. Majority of the weight is now at the bottom, and I don't really like that. That's pretty much back where it was. Okay, move you down. That is just above the ground. If I keep it there, but I take these off, I want to know where all the weight goes for each stage. That's okay. What about center of left? Is that centered? Looks pretty much centered. Or did I want... I think I wanted thrust, not lift.
Can't tell if it's centered or not. Wait a minute, Brett, aren't you streaming right now? How did you... Sir, you're not supposed to be in my chat when you're streaming. No, you? Okay. Wait, why did the weight go all the way to the top all of a sudden? Oh, I just didn't change it. This might be a little bit better, because when these break off, they should hit the engines together, which should mean that they fall away from this Reliant booster. Save this and see if it's any better. I do have a little bit better control. I'm trying to pull us a little bit. Wasn't working a little too well. We are at least staying relatively straight in our heading. Now we're bobbing around. If I turn us... We're about to lose the boosters, but let's stay at prograde. And then I have no fins on this, so it goes all over the place. Okay. One more thing to test out. What I'm going to do is I'm going to also put these fins on here. I just have no idea how it's going to be controllable here. That's 4. Wait, why is it turned odd? There we go. Let's see if these extra fins do anything. I remember the more fins I used to add before, the worse it flew. In terms of control. So I'm not sure how it's going to work. We are starting to rotate again. I'm just going to keep trying to pull us to the right. Making sure that we're not slamming back to prograde. We are a little bit wobbly, but that's just because we're super long. Which doesn't really help our heading. But we should be losing the boosters soon. There we go. Start the next stage. And that took off the entire engine. Why did that happen? That's not what I meant to press. They might have hit the fins. I think that's what happened there. I'm going to try the other decouplers then. So if I take this off, this in here. Let's use the ones that stick out further. These are meant for larger rockets, not these little boosters that we're doing. But they should work nonetheless. Grab you. You on there. I'm pretty sure this is going to be in the ground soon. Nope. Let's pull you down. Compared to the decoupler, I'm actually going to go for a little bit lower. And then I'm going to move the entire decoupler down. Is the rocket in the ground? Not right there. Alright, let's see how this does. And I'm going to start our tilt. I'm going to keep pulling to the right. Actually, we'll stay here for a little bit. There is a Krabby in chat. That's not a good time for this. Luckily, I can pause. That's a Pokemon I haven't seen in chat before. And it's also Gen 1. So, of course, I'm going to try to catch it. Alright, let's continue trying to pitch ourselves down. I want to be roughly 60 by the time we're at 5 kilometers, which we are right now. And then if we can pull us down to the 45-degree mark. Now we just need to see where these boosters fall. Oh, perfect. This might be our best shot yet. I'm not going to save until I know I can make it to Minmus. So we are going to go and try and get into an orbit at least. I'm going to shoot for 75. Because we don't need to be too high for this. Come on, keep going down. Probably should have put like an action wheel in the middle. Make this a little bit easier to tilt, because this is very spongy and very slow. Congrats, Gino, on catching Krabby. Yeah, I have like zero control over where this tilts to. It's only just now starting. If I let go, at least I can roll it. Oh, it's very hard to stop rolling when you start. Honestly, that's pretty spot on. I am happy with that. Let's get out here and do our usual thing of looking at how close we get to AP. And then burning when we get close enough. I think there is a hair stuck. Weird thing to comment on, but bothering me. Okay, if we start now, we should have a little bit more control over where I'm tilting to. Actually, I have zero control. We are somewhat spinning compared to the globe on the bottom. I'm gonna turn down the throttle, because we should really be focused on our speed here. I could do short bursts of full throttle, just turning it on when we get close to AP, or when we get far from AP, we turn it on, and we turn it off when we're leaving it. But I think this would be a better way of doing it. Can I pull us down a little bit? Oh, it is working. I need more speed, though. The more I keep us on the horizon, the better we're doing. And I went too far down, because I can't change very easily without the rotation hook. That is an alright orbit. So that is that stage done. Did it decouple from the thing below it? Is that something I never noticed before? I thought this stays on that. If this is what happens with every coupler, I was overthinking our satellites. So yeah, next stage is just turn on the next boosters, but I'm going to put them on zero throttle. Get rid of that. We now have only the reaction wheels inside the satellites to guide us, which I should have quite a bit of control with now. Look at that, everything's moving a lot quicker, and it's stopping almost immediately after me letting go of the button. What about rotating? pretty quick if I let go. I mean, with speed, it pretty much let go where I wanted it to. If I go back and then I stop this. I have a lot more control now. What do you want, Tori? Alright, chat, what do you guys think? Do we just continue going, see if we can make it all the way to Minmus? Or should I don't want to save here just yet, because I don't know how well we're going to be doing. And my earbud just died. My other one's about to die. It's beeping as well. There we go. We definitely have more than enough to get into Minmus's orbit. And I had taken notes on where we need to be on there. Thor 1 satellites? What? She must have been in a deep sleep. She had like loose cat hair all over her. Waking up and her hair's a mess. Alright, let's try and get to Minmus. We have a lot of velocity to get there. We only need roughly like 1,000 or something close to that. And we have double that. So, if I zoom out, set you as target. Where do we want to be? I think it's saying this is a close approach. So we'll go that way. I, on the other hand, want to focus on Minmus. Then add a maneuver here. And we'll change where it is in a little bit. That was too far. Alright, and change the timing. It's close. Oh, and it is saying that this is the closest approach, so we don't want to be there. At least I don't think we want to be there. Let's try over here and see where the closest approach is. I don't want to burn past it. I think we may have just taken off at the wrong time, because this seems like it's pretty much the same distance. This isn't really getting closer. 36 kilometers. 36 kilometers. If I go a lot this way, and then prograde back up, we don't even get an approach there. Alright, let's go back to here. That's a very close approach. I want to get us back to being in line with that line. And then we'll change where the approach is. I go to there. Trying to get AP on the line. There we go. And if I keep you open, we have extra velocity, so I'm okay with doing this. Just burning a little more than we need. We burned a little too much there, so if I go back, a little too little of a change. Oh, it is getting really picky. So we go from 23,000 kilometers to being 28,000 kilometers. Since we have the extra velocity, we're going to try it. Mind you, I did not save at all. So this isn't us trying to define how we're going to get there. It's just if we end up getting everything set up completely, I'll save at that point. But now I just want to test out us being able to reach Minmus and setting everything up. So we are going to do this burn. If I press this, we should go back to the rocket. Thank you for telling me that shortcut. I love that. We are actually a little bit off from center. Can I change that ever so slight? Might make our approach a little bit closer. It's actually making it further away. Never mind. $23, it's going down. Okay, let's do this burn. And then we'll change our trajectory as we're out there. Okay, we need to get to this. I don't want to go too fast as I'm turning globe. Or else we'll overshoot it. A little off from prograde, but it's pretty much a prograde burn. Now I probably should go to our satellite, first one, and extend antenna so that we get some sort of... Oh wait, I could just press 0. I want to keep some sort of network to this while we're farther away. What? And I wasn't paying attention to our burn time, so let's start it now. And there goes the other headphone. Well, I can't hear anything right now. I'm gonna get the other headphones on. This means the crown has to come off. Can't wear these headphones in the crown anymore. I hear 0 noise, which means I do not have these plugged in. There we go. My headphones get plugged into the mic itself. And we got about a 5-second burn left. I'm gonna get close and then throttle down. So that is about right. Obviously it's a little offset because we didn't burn exactly where I wanted it to be. So now, how do I make this better? I'd put a maneuver out here. Why are things bugging out? I put it near the closest approach. Can I make it so that we burn to the planet? I want to go the other way, I think. Okay, now we're getting closer. So I could have did this burn with our first one. I just didn't think of it. getting messed up by Mun's orbit. Looks like it's getting closer, but I can't really tell. Can we even see that on this? And no, we can't even see that in terms of the actual globe. What if I take some of this retrograde off? I don't think that helped at all. Looks like we're getting closer. That's Mun messing with us again. That is an interaction. I need to focus view on here so that I can see what I'm doing. If I click on this again. How far off is it if I do this click? And then I don't know where that went. Let's put it back, turn this down. That's going up. We'll do a couple of these clicks. Just trying to get us a little bit closer to at least the orbit line. Out there, can I do one of these? Maybe we go a little bit straighter. That's decent. Now can I make it get closer to me? What happens when... Are satellites more effective? This is just to make a network for in space. Because if I put satellites around Minmus, it should give us enough satellite coverage or radio coverage all the way to Duna for when we finish off. So this is preparation for later on, but not for next stream. I want to go prograde. Get closer. And I'm not going to get exactly to Duna. Yes, the Mars planet. If we zoom out, this red line. This is our end goal for our thing here. Not going to work for these? Okay, we'll change it to something else later on. If I do this, turn it down a little bit more. All the way down now? Nope, 14, good enough. Let's get us situated where we want to be. Why do we have a weird wobble? No, it is wobbling. Because these aren't really stable. Okay, so if we do restart, we will put some struts on these to keep them a little bit more stable. I think that's affecting orientation of where we're going. Anyway. That's the added distance your antenna will need to cover. Gotcha. Let's get close to our plan here. We are now within 1 minute of burn time. So I am going to go back to here. And we are just going to wait for us to reach this point. I am going to speed up. So that we get closer to 10 seconds. Up there. And then all I'm going to do is little throttle to start out. So that we're not going too fast. I think I want to keep an eye on our AP, but I'm not sure. I feel like it's going to be PE at that point when we get to over here. We didn't overburn just yet, but we are close to burning over it. Don't know where our line is going. Get us back on the maneuver. Because it is moving away from us. Oh, here we come. Just did a tiny burn. I'm gonna tap it a few times like this just to get us a little bit close to being perfect on. Turn that off. Didn't turn off, okay. There we go. Perfect. And then right here we do the usual of another maneuver. Don't really need a maneuver for this, but this will at least tell me when to stop burning. So we burn retrograde here. Turn this up. Turn it up a little bit more. There we go, it's moving quicker now. And all I'm doing is focusing on the APO on the left. Looks like we're changing our distance by 4 kilometers each time. And that's below 15. That's good. Actually, I do need to look at something here. Yeah, I was supposed to decide. We're gonna do 2 burns. Our AP, I actually want a lot higher. We're gonna be going prograde. Yeah, I just realized that this was too close for satellites. I did write down where I want the PE and the AP so that we can spread these out evenly. 5, 6. Trying to get a specific number so that we can get a good period. That's pretty close. We're gonna go back up here and then change the PE. The parry. Let's fast forward to this. Why does it say that there's a satellite? Is that the one that's landed, I guess? We're getting close to the Minmus now. The line went away, so I didn't know where we were going. Okay. Well, now we're here. We need to go to our maneuver. Which is pretty much retrograde. We already knew what that was going to do. Okay, right here, we're gonna burn. Just wait for our time, which I'm going to speed up. And stop us right about here. Now, I am not going to do full throttle again, because we have a small burn time if we do full throttle. I do, on the other hand, want you. I think. Actually, not sure. I think what I wanted was the blue one, when that comes up. Okay. I'm going to stay here, and we're going to do little burns. And I didn't click on the button. And we're going to do another temporary burn out here. 561. That close enough? 561, 830. It's a little bit lower, but we'll fix it. I know I could do the thrust limiter and do the burn better. Okay, all the way out here, I want to add another maneuver, because we need to bring our P up a little bit, so that's a prograde, so I can remember. This one I want around 377. Oh, that was actually pretty close right there. Okay, if we look at this, the period is pretty close to 2 days, 4 hours. That's what I want exactly. So as we get to this EE, I'm going to be focusing on our period, not our necessary height. Because once we get out to this side, I just want an orbit of 16 hours so that we can spread out the satellites pretty evenly. Okay. Let's put us on the maneuver. And fast forward to it. Now, for this one, I am going to turn down the thrust limiter. Quick save in between. We are not going to do a quick save because this is just a test to see if we can make it. Which, we do have a lot. But we could have done this a lot better. Rather than doing these 2 points here. And I just wasn't prepared looking at the notes for exactly when we had to be at each place. I don't think any of that made sense, but what I'm saying is I'm not saving so that we can restart it. 5, 4, 1. I am now only focused on the period in the bottom left. I don't know how difficult it is for you guys to see, but it says 1 day, 2 hours, 35 minutes. We want 2 days, 4 hours. I speed us up a little bit better. Get there faster. There we go. Now the minutes are going up, like, every half a second. Now, each Kerbin day is 6 hours. So we're pretty close to having 2 days already. There's also a Perugly in chat if anyone's a cat. Okay, I'm going to start turning down the throttle because I want to be fine-tuning the minutes at this point. Decouple changes the period a bit. Beware of that. That's true. I should probably do it a few minutes before the 4-hour mark, which we're at 2 hours right now. Once we get into the 3rd hour, I will slow us down even more. And I'll try to cut us off a few minutes beforehand. Now we're in the 3rd hour. We want us to get to 15 minutes quicker. There we go. We're at about a minute every half a second. If not quicker. I don't know exactly how much thrust the decoupler is going to produce for us. I think 58 seconds or minutes would be good. And then we can just change it. So this booster is now completely done. All we wanted it to do was to get us to this point. And then I want to make sure that the only decoupler that goes off is the one that we want. So we do want the one that just separates us. That did change our period a little too much. So I am going to put us retrograde here. We're going to burn ever so slightly. I don't have the booster turned on. Okay, so the staging's not correct. I could just activate it and then deactivate it later on. I'm only burning ever so slightly to try and get us closer. Watch for traffic. Yeah, that's true. We should be far enough away from the booster, though. Go a little bit faster here. Five minutes. 4 minutes. 3 minutes. 2 minutes. 1 minute. Less than 1, I turn off the thruster just so I can do this slower. Within 10 seconds. And that is exactly 16 hours of an orbit. I just put this all the way back up. We want to shut down this engine now. Because that is going to be the last one. So, next stage is to... Oh, I'm going to have to change these every time I go to decouple them, aren't I? There should be a way that I can... change how much pressure it builds or shoots off when it decouples. I don't know which one it is to do that. We're gonna have to micromanage these satellites as we do it. But I'm only gonna worry about the first one, I think. I was looking for the other booster, I think. No, that's not the I wanted to see it. I don't think that looks... Oh, it's right there. The thing that I thought was the moon. Anyway, we just have to worry that I don't hit that. We're gonna break off. Here it gets changed, of course. That is okay, because right now we are going to... And the AP... Yeah, I didn't set up the decouplers correct. Where they give off a little too much thrust. Because now they're farther away than where I currently am. And they're supposed to stay here, and I drive this one away from it. So we're going to revert all the way back to vehicle assembly. Why we didn't save. And I need to take a look at the decouplers, because I have no idea how to make them not build thrust as they break off. Force percent right there. Want that to 0. And then I want every decouple after that same way. Luckily there's only 3. So, this should be 100% ready for our next stream, where we actually do put the satellites around Minmus for a little bit of satellite help in our area. We then might do it also to Mun. I don't know if we really need to, but it wouldn't hurt us if we're doing like moon landings and then using a rover to drive around it. We could send everything, all the science via antenna, and having a SATCOM around it, or a ComSat, would help. I don't know if I saved it. Anyway. When decoupling, use purple directions. That way is even less period change. So the normal and anti-normal is what you mean. That's a good point, because usually I would put my satellites in that orientation so that they're satellites, not satellites, so that their solar panels are facing the correct way. So that does make sense. You know what? So I don't forget that. Let's put it down in the notes. Had fun. Trying to get to the point where I do the satellite. There we go. Right, please? There we go. That's not how you spell normal. Okay, that's saved in the notes for later. Close that now. We are going to take a screenshot of this for when we eventually get this on YouTube. So of course, it's going to be the rocket. And I'll change that later on. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to catch me live, I stream on Twitch on Mondays and Wednesdays from 10 AM to 12:30 PM EST, and on Saturdays from 10 AM to 2 PM EST.